Please tell me the answer. Is fate unchangeable? We're gonna find out. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. I mean, wait. No, Suikoden. We're gonna see how this goes and go from there. Is that a cockatrice? Woo sound! I was muted at first and I forgot because I'm an idiot, but it's okay. I think I fixed it. Yeah, welcome in, Wes. Even at his most powerless, man's existence is never without meaning. Or so they say. Okay, I gotta go switch glasses. I mean, welcome in, nondescript person on the internet during the daytime. Yes, that's what I meant. Oh no, what happened? The Gate Rune War. Episode 1. Starting now. Well, this is easy. Listen here. We both know it's your fault. Stileth it is. So, full disclosure, I may or may not have played this game at some point in the past. In the past being when it originally fucking released, so I have no idea what's going on. Oh look, I can run. Good, that's nice. You must be General Tio's son. Sorry, my nerves. I'm new to the job. Master Stileth, could you please wait in the antechamber for a while longer? Who's this lady? Master Stileth, there's still some time before your audience. Please wait here with your father. Sup, Pops? Look, I know this is one of my best friends growing up's favorite game series. So I either watched it or played it because, you know, back in the 90s, we'd get together at a friend's house with a bunch of TVs and a bunch of gaming consoles and play whatever game we felt like and hang out. And because we're all a bunch of nerds, it was usually JRPGs that were single player, therefore we did not play together. What's wrong, Stileth? Are you nervous? Don't worry, the audience will be over before you know it. Just be yourself. The Emperor is stern, but there's no need to be afraid. We're all in agreement that that my dad's about to die, right? Master Tio, Master Stileth, the Emperor is ready to receive you. This way, please. Announcing Tio McDole, General of the Imperial Army, and his son, Stileth McDole. They have arrived for their audience with His Majesty the Emperor. who does not have a name. His name is just the Emperor. Welcome, Tio. How have you been of late? Much as I was when I fought alongside you in the War of Succession, Your Majesty. That is most reassuring to hear. Wouldn't you agree, Wendy? Indeed, words worthy of a great general. Tio, I'm sure you've heard the troubling developments up north. Will you travel there and secure the border? Our conflict with the city-states of Jouston won't be easily resolved, but with General Tio McDowell on the job, we can rest easy. My beloved sword, Brack, has brought me luck and protected me on many occasions. I wish for you to have it. Take it with you. Thank you, Your Majesty. I'll do my utmost to live up to your expectations. I'm sure you will. Safe travels, Tio. So, you must be Tio's boy, Stileth. Quite the noble visage you got, young man. Listen, Stileth, will you lend your strength to the Empire while your father is away protecting the North? I will, Your Majesty. I like that the other option was not if I can help it. You're a fine man, just like your father. I look forward to seeing you grow. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. Master Stileth, you will serve under the command of Lord Craze. Perfectly normal name for a commander of the Imperial Guard. My, what a handsome young man you are. I wish you luck, Master Stileth. We humbly take our leave, Your Majesty. I'm counting on you, Teo. As for you, Stileth, I expect great things from you. Perhaps one day you'll even surpass your father. Come on, let's go home. I don't want to go home. I want to see if there's anything to raid in here. Well, if it isn't Teo, looks like you brought up a fine young man. I'm envious. You're embarrassing me, Cassim. What kind of RPG is it if you don't try to raid the dungeons? Coffers? The fuck just happened? This is Craze's office. You'll be reporting to him from tomorrow. Go in and pay him your respects. Hello, Craze, Mr. Perfectly Normal. Oh, you look like a villain. So you're Tio's boy. What's your name? Stileth, huh? You may be the son of a great general, but you'll get no special treatment from me, understood? Now go on home. Your first assignment starts tomorrow. Be here first thing in the morning. Did you speak to him? To be honest, I'm surprised you were assigned such a coward. Anyway, let's head home. Grimio must be worried sick. Wait, no! There's other rooms to explore. I don't want to go that way. No! I have no control. Welcome home, young master. How did it go? Did you get nervous in front of the Emperor? I was so worried, but I guess it all went well. Quit worrying so much, Grimio. I didn't see you there, Master Teo. What? Didn't see me? It's like the only thing you care about is Stileth. My apologies, Master Teo. By the way, young master, Ted came by to congratulate you. Oh dear. The stew! The stew! We're going upstairs. We're going to see what's happening. I heard the news, Stileth. You met the Emperor, didn't you? Come on. I want to know all about it. Just this once, I'm begging you. Tell me what you talked about. Wait, let's go to your room. Come on, please. Ted has joined the party. Oh, this must be my room. Just this once, I'm asking you for a favor, Stilette. You've got to let me join your entourage. Master Tio took me in when I was an orphan. I want to repay him. You get it, don't you? How are you in combat? I knew I could count on you. You're a real friend. All right, now for the important stuff. What was the Emperor like? Oh, and what about the court magician? Lady Wendy? I keep hearing about her. Was she pretty? Come on, spill the beans. She was older? That just means she knows a thing or two. I see. I wish I could meet this Lady Wendy in person. Hey, Stilette? Well, how do I put this? You see, Stilette, there's something I want to tell you. You can keep a secret, right? I know you can. Young Master, Ted, supper's ready. Hey, looks like it's time to eat. Let's go, Stilette. We can always talk about this some other time. I needed to know what you were talking about! Equipment. I've got a bandana, a tunic, some gloves, and boots. Now that your glasses are filled, I have something to tell all of you. Tomorrow morning, I must travel north. While I'm gone, Stilette will take charge of this household. I hope you will give him all your support. Grimmio? Yes, sir? You've looked after Stilette since he was a child. He's grown into a fine young man, and it's all thanks to you. I'm grateful. Sir, I've done nothing more than my duty. Besides, it's been my pleasure to serve the young master. Thank you, Grimmio. Keep an eye on it while I'm gone. Cleo, Pon, I'm counting on you two to help look after Stilette as well. Yes, Master Tio. Of course, sir. We'll take good care of the young master. Why does he like Ryu? As for Ted, I hope you will always be a good friend to Stilette. Stilette knows I'm not going anywhere, even if he wanted to. Me too. Is that right? Let's leave it at that or the food will get cold. Everyone, raise your glasses. Everyone! To my son Stilette and the glory of the Empire. There are already too many people here for me to keep track of voices. Looks like I won't be seeing your face for a while, Stilette. Shall I wake him? Just creep into my room and talk about me like I'm not here. No, let him sleep. It's not like I won't ever see the boy again. Look after him, Grimmio. I will, Master Tio. Oh, did I wake you? Good morning, young master. Your father departed while you were asleep. That's what comes from always oversleeping. From today, you will be serving as a member of the Imperial Army. We must get ready to report to Commander Craze. Grimmio has joined the party. Recruiting stars? Just gonna do laps in the kitchen. This seems like a great place to work out. Dining room? Dining room. These people don't cook for themselves. That's absurd. So on our next day off. Oh, look who decided to show up. You're late, young master. Today's your first day on the job. Can't wait to get started. Whether it's fighting bandits on Mount Sifu or monsters in Lake Torin, I'm your guy. Get over yourself already. All you ever think about is fighting. Our job is to protect the young master. Yeah, I know. Come on. Let's get to the palace. Pawn has joined your group. Cleo has joined your group. Where's Ted? Ted's still asleep? God, let me sleep just a little longer. God damn it, Ted. The kitchen! Hey, wait for me, Celeste. You weren't thinking of leaving me behind. I just tried to wake you up, you dumb son of a bitch! You'd be lonely without me, right, Celeste? Hey, what do you think you're doing here? This is the residence of the Imperial General T.O. McDowell. I fucking live here! What? Oh, you're his son? Oh, please forgive my manners. We have to go report to the villain. I mean, definitely not villain. Lord Craze. Mostly I want to get back into the castle so I can steal some shit. I mean, not steal things. Stealing is wrong. No one said you have to leave the house to get a job in the Imperial Army. Stop calling me his son. I have a name. And his cool bandana. Well, well, if it isn't Teo's boy, you're late. Can't have you pampered all your life, now can we? This is your first assignment. I'll only tell you once, so listen carefully. Northeast of Gregminster lies the Magician's Island. There, the seer, Leknot, resides. You are to travel there and retrieve her astral predications? Excuse me, are you listening? Then repeat the location of the Magician's Island. Somewhere on this planet. Well, at least you're not deaf. Anyway, no boat goes to the Magician's Island, so I've summoned a Dragon Knight to take you there. He'll be waiting in front of the stable to take you to the island on his dragon. Oh, and by the way, Seer Leknot is the younger sister of Windy, the court magician, so you'd best behave yourself. Or they'll know! I want stuff. Give me the stuff. Where is the stuff? Is there any stuff? Right? There's nothing to steal here. I hate it. I was so excited about your first job. Turns out it's just an errand, as if we were children. Man, I wish it were something more thrilling. Don't be like that, Pawn. Besides, the astral predications are the super important for ruling the Empire. It's not as bad as you make it sound. Indeed, and this job doesn't pose much risk. Oh, not to imply you're unreliable in any way, young master. Hey, Slut, looks like we'll get to ride a dragon and meet an actual Dragon Knight. Man, Dragon Knights are the coolest. Come on, no time to lose. What's this lady doing? Can you believe it? I just got covered in mud at the stables. It's awful. Where are the stables? They're just up ahead. What is the point of this? Oh. That's a dragon? Well, now I'm disappointed. I'm going to go ask for another dragon. Doing my cardio. They're not going to give me another dragon. Are those pigs? Horses? They're horse pigs! Are you the guys from the Imperial Guard? I'm Futch. Apprentice Dragon Knight, and this is my dragon, Black. Wow. Come on, Black, say hello. Is that an elephant noise? Cute, isn't he? So, you're going to Magician's Island, huh? Black will get us there in no time. Wait, you're a Dragon Knight, but you're just a kid. Look who's talking. You're no more than a kid yourself. Me? A kid? I happen to be 300 years... Okay, enough bickering. We should get going. Let me go, Grimmio. He just called me a kid. How are you 300 years old? Oh, brother, we're sure off to a rocky start. Fudge, was it? Let's calm down now. We're going to be needing that lift. Fine. Hurry up then and climb on Black's back. Alright, everyone. Hold tight or you'll get thrown off. Not that I'd mind if a certain someone fell off. What'd you say? Careful. Stop fighting in the basket. Alright, Black. Let's go. That's an elephant noise. Excuse me, sir, but I prefer not to interact with the winged kangaroo. It is a winged kangaroo. Here we are. Speed make you dizzy? Well, this is where my job ends. I'll wait here until you're done. Good luck getting there. We're gonna go for a run. We're gonna go for a run. Holly boys! Is dead. $60 potch? What's that? I'm going to assume potch is money. Well, that went quickly. I can't walk on the grass. Obtained medicine. I feel like 5's a lot for a party. I also feel like there's room for more. Furfurs! Or as any person knows, tribbles! I feel like Pawn's posture is terrible. Everyone attack the holly! A fur robe? I got a robe instead of a tunic. Visitor to this island? What a rare treat. I'll have to give them the proper welcome. Oh, true Windrune. Well, thank you for George Lucasing me. Is this a clay doll? How did you summon a clay doll from a Windrune? This thing has a lot of health. Yes, I'm sure. Do the thing. I killed it with 69 damage. Nice. Well, we're leveling up quite fast out here. Wow, you guys are impressive. Beating my magic like that. I guess I gotta hand it to the Imperial Guards. Quit messing around. You got a bone to pick with us or what? Alright, let's just take it easy. Look, I already know who you are. You're here to see Lady Leknot, right? I was just here to test you. It seems you're the real deal. Please follow me, honored guests. We always have to check everything to see if it's lootable. Otherwise, what kind of hero would we be? I don't think this guy knows how to walk upstairs. He's just like skipping up steps. Why is this tower so tall? We look like that when walking up the steps from the side, but walking up steps normally, no problem. Leknot! I've been expecting you, messengers from the Empire. Oh my, what a cute messenger we have this year. Cute, huh? How do you feel about that, Stilet? My apologies. You're a soldier of the Imperial Army. It was rude to call you cute. I have prepared the astral predications. Follow me. I don't know why y'all stayed there. Imperial messengers, here are the astral predications. Please take them. Oh. What's your name? I see. Stilet. That's a lovely name. I'm an astrologer. My duty is to read the future through the stars. However, The future is not set in stone. All I can observe is the grand flow of things. Steleth, you shoulder a heavy burden within the sweeping flow of time. You may be called upon to make painful choices and experience unmeasurable sorrow. I cannot say what fate ultimately awaits you, but know this, your destiny is always in your own hands. Never forget that. You must choose what is right. Do you understand? Here are the astral predications. My job is now done, but I am certain we will meet each other again. Not based on an astrology reading. This is just my wish. You acquired the astral predications. Oh, you're finally back. You sure took your sweet time. What were you even doing in there? Wouldn't you like to know, Ted? We've got to hurry before Futch gets tired of waiting and leaves us behind. If you're done here, let's get going. Come on, don't disrespect Lady Lecknut. You hungry or something? Shut up. Hehe. I'm sure you must be weary of this place. I'll have Luke take you to the shore. Luke? I'm here, Lady Lecknut. Take Steleth and his friends to the shore, and no more playing tricks on them. Of course not. Me? Play tricks? I'd never dream of that. Excuse us, Lady Lecknut. We'll be on our way. You? Yes? Your duty is to protect Steleth. Take this with you. I'm certain it will come in handy. Obtained a fire orb! Please don't forget what I told you. Here we go. Everyone close your eyes. O true wind room, manifest thy power. Boy, are they taking their time? Hey, Black, think we should just leave? Oh, don't worry. They're Imperial Guards. They can take care of themselves. Sorry for the bright flashing lights. I did not know this would happen. Wait, where's Ted? Whoa, what the heck? We're back here already? I've never seen magic like this. I can see why he's Lady Lecknut's apprentice. That's fine and all. I don't see Ted anywhere. Ow! Darn it! I've had enough of brats for one day. The heck is that supposed to mean? Please, enough. I'm sick of all the bickering. Well, we're finally going back. Hurry up and get on or we're leaving you behind. We're all aboard. Jeez, it's crowded. Okay, fly back. Get us back to the Imperial capital. So it's a winged kangaroo that sounds like an elephant. This makes sense. I guess. A kangaroo bat. There you go, my work here's done. You have to hand over the astral predications to your commander, right? Well, now that I'm here in the capital, might as well have a look around. You want to go see a play, Black? I don't think you can take your dragon in to see a play. There seems like some logistical issues there. Okay, it makes the duck noise if I try to do something I'm not supposed to do. I was trying to figure out where the fuck the duck noise was coming from. I don't think he's a registered support dragon. Okay, so I can't change any of their shit. You're late. Commander Craze is far from pleased. So you finally returned. Kept me waiting long enough. Now hurry up and hand over the astral predications. You've handed over the astral predications. It appears you've at least done your job. I guess you're not completely useless. Alright, prepare for your next mission immediately. What's the matter? Why they come look? It's an honor to serve the Empire. That's right, Commander Craze is absolutely correct. Psst. Now listen carefully. East of Gregminster, there's a town called Rockland. Hear that? East of Gregminster, Rockland. For some reason, this town hasn't shown up to pay its annual taxes. For some reason, hasn't shown up to pay. So you'll go to Rockland. That's right, go to Rockland. Tell them they must pay no later than. Tell them to pay no later. Shut up, will you? Quit yapping away while I'm speaking. That's right, all of you, quit your yapping. Idiot, I'm talking to you, Kanan. Huh? Who, me? Forget it. Anyway, speak to the military commander of Rockland about the taxes. His name is Grady. Also, Kanan will accompany you as my eyes and ears. Now listen up, all of you. I'm your superior in the Imperial Guard. Disobeying me means disobeying the Empire. Don't forget that. What a lowlife. Alright, that's all I have to say. Now get on your way to Rockland. Well, I can't go trying to steal shit while he's with us. Where are we going? Orbs! Oh, this is going to be confusing. Winged boots, 10,200. Oh, I don't care about those. I wanted weapons. Are these weapons? That'd be weird, right? Oh, an appraisal shop. Is there no weapon shop? There's no weapon shop here. What the heck kind of town is this? Fuck it, we're going on from here. Ever heard of orbs? Bring one to this rune sage here and he'll equip it for you. Then you can use all the magic you want. I'm just going into random houses now. What do we have in here? I'll let you in on something. Ever heard of orbs? Well, they pack a mean punch. I'm gonna sleep here. I wonder whose house this is. Who's this guy? I do not like this outfit, but that one comes in a gorgeous shade. Tell me, boy, which do you prefer? Oh, my, if it isn't Teosun. Steleth, wasn't it? You see, an emperor has summoned me, and I feel that I have my civic duty to arrive in a suitably dazzling ensemble. Yeah, you do that. Yeah, I can't help that guy, so I'm just gonna go. Now we gotta go east. This is kind of pretty. Rockland. Yeah, this is gonna be a lot to manage. Yeah, none of these are weapons. Hey, who the hell are you? This is Master Grady's mansion. You're trespassing. State your purpose or be gone. What did you say? I'm Kanan, second in command to Imperial Guard Commander Craze. Now tell Grady to get out here. Who is it? Villagers here to complain again? Chase them off. No, sir, they're from the Imperial Guard. I don't care who they are. I'm busy. Hurry up and... What? The Imperial Guard? Did you say Imperial Guard? Why didn't you say so earlier, you idiot? Ah, well, welcome, friends of the Imperial Guard. What brings you to our humble country town? Forgive my manners. Please do come in. Seems like you're doing well for yourself here. Oh, no, not at all, sir. Well, no matter. You know why we're here, don't you? Of course, sir. It's about our taxes, isn't it? We're in something of a pickle ourselves. Bandits have taken up residence in nearby Mount Sifu, and they've been pillaging the surrounding villages. That's why we've been late in collecting taxes and delivering them to you, but I'm glad our problem is now solved. Solved? What do you mean? I'm referring to your arrival, of course. Trouncing country bandits should be child's play for the courageous Imperial Guard. Nothing you'd lose sleep over, I'm sure. Of course not. Oh, bandits, you say? Well, shouldn't be a problem. We'll crush them like insects. Wait, but our mission. Boy, am I excited. I'm dying for a good fight. Me too. Let's teach those bandits a lesson. Right, Sled? You bet. Young Master, I'm not sure this is wise. Oh well, boys will be boys. Wow. Alright, we leave immediately. Don't fall behind. Very well, but you know where Mount Sifu is? Shut up, I was about to ask. Mount Sifu is just east of Rockland. Fine, now let's go. I want that chest! Dick. Here we go! What does the boar rune do? Oh, shit. Okay. Phew, we're finally about Sifu. No turning tail or retreating when the bandits show up. Speak for yourself. Here we go. Han, you take the lead. Well, I mean, quit whining and get to it. I'm the leader, so I'll go last. Psst. Isn't this thrilling, Sled? Ted, please don't put the ideas in his head. You mustn't behave recklessly, young master. On my honor, I will protect you. Come on, let's go. Bandits! Obtain boots! Medicine! Antique! 1,000 potch. So they're about to die. Medicine! So I'm assuming it doesn't zoom in for crits. Ads coming up in 1 minute. A protection rune piece. Soldier ants! This is adorable! They've got little spears and helmets. Pointy hat! Okay, I've sort of figured that out. But for now, we've got ads incoming, so I'm gonna step up, stretch for a minute, and, yeah, do the thing. So ads will be here in just a moment. I think. Yes? So yes. So I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, I'm back. Are we ready? We ready to go? Let's do some more. Because we can. So, like, one of these has to be a trap, right? I mean, yes, loot, but also, this is a trap. It has to be a trap. An escape talisman. He's wearing 2 pairs of gloves. Because he's the martial artist. Gotta keep them hands protected. Now, I feel like 2 pairs of gloves will make everything harder. We healed people. Well, that's just a big old ant. And maybe a person riding on that ant? It's Ant-Man! But it looks like one of them winged ants. Oh, Ant Lady. Okay, every time we take one out, we have to fight more of them. That's going to be great. Okay, ranged people attack the queen ant. The hell was that? Two damage. Damn, she's strong. We're no match for her. Not looking good. We're done for at this rate. Fools, what are you talking about? You must protect me. Young master, let's retreat. I'll keep you safe. I'm not sure we can escape. Do something! Sloth, everyone stand back. I have an idea. I'm counting on you, Ted. Don't do anything reckless. I mean, you haven't let me down yet. What the fuck is that? What the fuck, Ted? Ted, what in the world was that? I'm sorry, but I'm unable to explain right now. Slut, there's something I have to tell you after we return home. Until then, please don't ask about it. Well then, let's bust up these bandits and go back to Gregminster. So this is what Commander Grace was talking about. Oh, that's all the medicine we got. Maybe we'll find more. You never know. Obtained lightning rune piece. Boars! Bandits! Well, what a rare treat. Looks like we have visitors. What can I do for you? Listen up, bandit scum. I'm Kanan, Vice Commander of the Imperial Guard to Golden Emperor Barbarossa. I've come to bring you to justice. Now lay down your arms and surrender, you tax-pilfering leeches. Hear that? He says we're tax-pilfering leeches. Someone's got the wrong idea. Listen up, you petty bureaucrat. I'm Varkas, the Whirlwind Axe. Sidonia, you introduce yourself as well. Wasted time. Excuse my associate. That's right. There's our marksman, Sidonia. Best go home before you get hurt, you tax-thieving Imperial Guard curs. How dare you? I was renowned throughout the Empire as... You idiot, don't get involved. Listen up, bandits. Surrender now while you can or you'll regret it. You really want to do this? Come on, let's take him out. Look at all them bandits. Oh my god, I hate him so much. You guys are useless. Out of the way. I'll take care of this myself. Give me a hand, Sidonia. Damn. He can teleport. And counterattack. We're gonna try this. Ready to surrender? Ha ha! Are you okay, young master? No, he's dead! This is what happens when you defy me. You didn't do anything. Damn it, how was I defeated by Imperial dogs? Right then, seize the bandit scum. Alright, we're done here. Now let's get the hell off this mountain. That idiot sure is a lot faster on the way down. I need to know what's in the bandit shack. Yeah, that's right. We're going back up the mountain. Because I want to know what was in the bandit shack. And then we can just use the whatchamacallit. Nothing. What's in the woods up here? Nothing. Please wait a moment. Back so soon. What can I say? I'm impressed. Oh, sorry. He was the Rocky voice. You wasted no time apprehending these thieves. Tax thief? You're the tax thief? We'll lock him up in our prison cell. Uh-huh. Fuck you. What game we playing? Oh no! I know better than to get sucked into that. The higher the bet, the greater the difficulty. Trekking through the world map. Gonna find some world map stuff to do. Wasn't much of an achievement anyway. Besides, I'm exhausted and want to go home and kick my feet up. Home sweet home at last, young master. I'll cook up something special. Yeah, your cooking is the best, Grimio. Ted, you're coming with me. What's this about? Oh, nothing much. It won't take long. Just come along. Okay. Well, Ted's getting locked up forever. Alrighty. Home sweet home at last. I'll prepare supper right away, young master. Boy, my stuff sure beats all the dry meat we've been eating lately. I haven't had a proper meal like this in forever. What are you on about? You'd eat anything so long as it filled your stomach. Guilty as charged. I've made some tea, young master. Ted's been gone a while. He said he'd be back soon as his errand was done. The stew's starting to get cold. Why is it always stew? If only Master Tio could see how much you've grown. There's something I've noticed, young master. The Imperial Army seems to have gained something of a notorious reputation. True, it's definitely falling out of favor compared to back when we fought in the War of Succession. I blame people like Kraze and Kanan with their despotic attitudes. We're gonna go find... Oh, that's not good. Young master, what in the world? Cleopon, give me a hand. Ted, what happened? Are you okay? There's so much blood in the wound. It's not... Is it magic? What are you doing? We need to get him inside. Give us a hand, young master. What could possibly have happened? Was he attacked by thieves on the way back from the palace? But then why a magic wound? Look, he's coming around. Huh? So, where am I? Are they here? The Imperial Guard? Are they still not here yet? Help me. Don't worry, you're okay now. Take a moment to calm down and tell us what happened. Remio, Hey, can you hurry up? I'm starved over here. Pipe down and wait. Commander Craze is speaking with Lady Windy now. Alright, Ted, come with me. Fine. It's been a while, little man. 300 years and you haven't aged a day. How I envy you. You're that witch. So you remember me. I'm flattered. Of course, I never forgot you. Not for a moment. Now then, hand over the rune on your right hand. No way, you're the last person I'd let have it. I'd rather... What do you think you're doing? O Soul Eater, the cursed rune, manifest thy power. Don't be foolish, using his power here will destroy you as well. Please. Hey, buddy. It's no use, he passed out again. What's going on? Sounds like he was being chased by the Imperial Guard. You don't think that Ted did something? Of course not. Oh, I'm not so sure. Cleo, maybe we should inform the Imperial Guard? Why? The young master's best friend would never act against the Empire. What need is there to inform the guard? Are you suggesting... Just being cautious. We can't afford to have any trouble while Master Tio is away. Well, let's at least wait until Ted wakes up. Young Master. Ted's fever still hasn't gone down. I'll go wake the shopkeeper and buy some medicine. The rain still hasn't let up. I don't like this rain. It gives me the shivers. He's coming around. Stleth. Sorry for all the trouble. Never mind that. What did you mean earlier by Soul Eater? Just this once, I'm begging you. Please, will you do something for me? What is it? Take off my right glove. What's this? Wait, is this one of the 27 true runes? Yes, it is. This one is the Soul Eater, the cursed rune. It's what caused all this. The reason Court Magician Windy is after me. Why would Lady Windy do such a thing? I'm not sure what her end goal is, but that woman is after this rune. I've wandered the world for 300 years, fleeing her clutches. Never thought she'd find me here. My mistake was using the rune's power at Mount Sifu. So that's what you used to take out the Queen Ant on Mount Sifu. Stleth, with this wound, I'll never escape that woman. I know it's unfair to drag our friendship into this, especially knowing it may bring you misfortune. But you're the only one I can ask. Please, I'm begging you, protect this rune. This cursed rune can't fall into Windy's hands. There's no one I can trust but you. Please, take it. Okay, Ted, you can count on me. I'm sorry. This rune may bring you misery. Hate me all you want if it does. But please, you can never let Windy get a hold of it. Give me your right hand. And now Ted dies. It's not underselling it. There, now I can rest peacefully. Is this gonna let me live for hundreds of years? I'll take it! What was that? It came from our front door. Come on, Grimio. Oh, okay, Cleo. So I haven't slept soundly once in the last 300 years. Now I can finally sleep. So, Master McDole's son is here as well. Why don't you go ahead and hand over Ted? We know he's here. We were informed by Pawn, who's loyal to the Empire. Pawn, you... Why, Pawn? I can't allow any trouble to occur in Master Tio's absence. My hands are tied. I won't betray his trust like that. Please understand. Come on, bring out Ted. Not gonna happen, Craze. You may be the commander of the Imperial Guard, but you can't just barge into Master Tio's house without a valid reason. That's right, I swear on my hatchet we won't let you pass. Ted's gonna turn himself in. Because Ted's a good boy. Wait. Ready to give yourself up? They still think I'm the Soul Eater. I'll act as a distraction while you escape. I'll manage to get away somehow. Okay. There's no way Ted can escape with that wound. Quiet, Grimio. He knows that too. I've got to get away so he can make the promise to Ted. Isn't that right? Hurry, go. Very well, young master. Let's escape through the back door in the kitchen. We're having this conversation in front of the bad guy. How old are all these people? Everything's locked. Just run right in front of the guard blocking the house. Are we going to the castle? That seems like a bad idea. Wait, you there! Skilled blacksmith and linen comp. A friend of mine is always bragging he got his sword tempered there. Might have mine done there as well. All these doors are locked. Well, well, well. If it isn't Master McDull's boy, what are you... Never mind, come with me. We're going to hide, aren't we? What in blazes is going on here? Imperial soldiers running around and you're scary soaked to the bones. What? Oh, well, never mind. I'm sure you have your reasons. Don't worry. You can stay here. I'll put it on your tab. Thank you so much. Only way we can return to the Empire is to go north and seek help from Master Teo. But first we must find a way to flee Gregminster. Young Master, now that it's come to this, we'd best lay low for a while. How could this have happened? Young Master, please don't wander about too much. Okay. Be right back. Nerds! What up, Tempest? Is it lunchtime already? Damn, I was so hungry I couldn't help myself. Now what do I do? Best not to wander about too much. Whoa! Watch where you're going. I got called on duty during my day off to search for someone all night, and just when I finally have a moment to catch my breath... Really? Huh? I recognize you from somewhere. Young Master, are you alright? Hey, what the hell are you doing? Who are you people, and what's this Young Master business? Wait, let me see his face. He looks like the one we're after. The McDole kid. What did you say? If this escalates any further, we're in trouble. Well, hold them off, Young Master. You escape. We'll hold them off, Young Master. You escape while you can. Guess we have no choice. Let's do this. Alright, okay, calm down, buddy. You two. Oh, great Imperial sirs. Come on, just think about it. Why would fugitives be hanging out here? No one would be that stupid. Well, I suppose, but just in case. Come on, you're scaring the poor kid. Look, just leave this to me. I'll kick them out. Hey, wait a second. It's a remaster. So, the original game came out sometime in the 90s, I think? So I figured I'd check it out. Wait, is that guy... We're running around like crazy. Thank you. You really saved us. Right back at you. I was wondering how I was going to talk myself out of paying for my meal. Just some fangs. Just a little vampy boy. If only. Really? Hope the training's going all right there, buddy. Oh, come on. It worked out for all of us. Well, see you around. Thanks for helping me out. What's the matter? You look worried. Yeah, I know you're the rebel McDole kid, aren't you? We're not rebels. Couldn't care less either way. More importantly, how do you plan on getting out of here? I've got an idea if you're up for it. I do this kind of thing all the time. Want to give it a try? Hell yeah! Alright, leave it to me. There's just one condition. Don't worry, it's nothing crazy. If you manage to escape, there's someone I want you to meet. That's it. Not a bad deal, right? Now that that's out of the way, let's move. First, we'll head to the city gates. Trust me, I'm not handing you over to the Imperial forces. I don't think he is. Okay then, I'll go talk to them. Just sit tight. All clear. Make sure to keep your faces hidden. Sure is sunny today. I think I'll just rest in the shade. We did it. I thought my heart would explode. Happy birthday? No. What? I was very confused. But thanks for the resub. That's some good old-fashioned bribery. Imperial soldiers talk a mean game, but money's their weakness. Tomorrow's... I think tomorrow's one of my brother's birthdays? I don't know. How you doing, DA? I'm assuming it's lunchtime. What a tragedy. But how did you bribe him? Didn't you say you had no money? Why would I use my own money to help you escape? What? Hey, my wallet's gone! Yeah, that's DA. Not for our promise. You didn't forget, did you? So, kiddo, it's Master Sleth to you. Okay, Master Sleth, there's someone I'd like all of you to meet in Linen Camp. Will you come along? Hell yeah, let's do it! Woo! We're checking out Suikoden. Red Soldier Ants. Okay, I need to change their formation. I'm just assuming that in camps this way. Burbs! But yeah, hope everybody's having a good day so far. Mosquitoes, no! I imagine the battle speed boost will help out when grinding, but the auto battle's not bad. More triples! Mount Tiger Wolf. Circlet. What are those? Oh yeah, we're gonna have a rough time with them. I don't think we're supposed to be here yet. I think so? Damn! Like, they seem to have masculine figures, like, features, but very unclear. But they're in the back. Because they're ranged. Jesus! It did. Hot damn. Those things hit really fucking hard. 90% sure I'm not supposed to be here. These things hit like trucks. Okay, so magic definitely takes those things out quickly. Other stuff, unsure. So the enemy's HP isn't too bad here. They just hit real fucking hard. Wait, did he hit both of them? I think he did. There we go, more fighting. An antique. And whatever's in this box. Snails! Look, just because I'm not supposed to be here doesn't mean I'm not gonna. That's just how this works. A clone orb? That's what I do, man. You should know this by now. Ugh. Why do these rabbits have hatchets? They throw them at everything. Well, at least they're dead now, but holy shit, why did they have axes? I don't have enough medicine for this. Also, Cleo's getting the orb. I don't know what place this is. This is not the place I was supposed to be going. He says to no one's surprise. Hi, old man. Hey, did you hear? They say Odessa, leader of the Liberation Army, is a 10-foot giantess. Don't threaten me with a good time. Welcome, come on in. We don't get many guests here, and it's a bargain. 50 pouch each. We're just gonna save. I'm gonna go buy all the medicines. Wait, what's a water orb? Can you believe I once met the Emperor in person? He spoke so kindly, even to a nobody like me. What's this guy have to say? Granny's getting old. She spends all day talking about the Emperor. So, this is gonna be difficult, because now I gotta go back down the mountain. The bunnies are back! They are hopping mad. Oh no, not the snail boy! Oh, wait, it's ad time! Be right back! See you in 3 minutes. The ad break is finishing now. Is finished now, so it's time to get back to it. Of course, the wine bar on the mountain is locked. Why wouldn't it be? More snails! Because we love to fight the snails here. Right? Oh no, Bobby died. Ooh, PB&J lunchtime? You got a PB&J? Ooh. How sweet. I almost died yesterday because when I went on an ad break to go get lunch, I almost asked KCM to make me a sandwich. I realized the error of my ways before I asked, luckily. She would. She would murder me and feed me to the cats. I should also point out that yesterday's stream, I was very, compromised. Yeah, that's what it was. It was all the drilling next door that made it hard to focus. Yep. That's what it was. Okay, so there's nothing else over here except for that mountain that I definitely wasn't supposed to be at yet. I mean, sure. I do miss hanging out. I'm also sad we missed out on the games. We just... Yeah. Yeah, these birds are nothing. That's why I thought the mountain would be fine. Right? It's fucking my shit up. Oh, look, the town I was supposed to go to. Welcome to Lennon Camp. Not much of a town, but the local brew is excellent. Well then, time to make myself useful. I gotta go take care of some business. I may be late, so have a look around. Enjoy the PB&J! Who's this person Victor wants us to meet? You know, there's something about the guy I don't quite trust. No idea. Anyway, what should we do now? I'm dying to take a shower. Welcome to the Rune Store! Toasted PB&J, hell yeah! As you should. Enjoy the sandwich. If you're hungry, have a sandwich. I had chimichangas for breakfast. Oh. Wait, can I have... Okay, I don't have rune pieces to add to it. This dude looks pretty worn down. I'll let you in on something. You know how monsters occasionally leave behind urns? Some of them are actually quite valuable. If you were to take them to an appraiser... Oh, you're not from these parts, are you? We have a daughter named Meg. If you run into her somewhere, tell her to at least come home to visit. Welcome to the Kiyaki Inn. Only 70 per person. Oh, you're friends with Victor? I'll prepare the best rooms for you. Were you not going to for that price earlier? We don't have many other options. Just wait a while longer, and if he doesn't turn up, we'll head north. Hey, Cleo, why did Pawn... Just leave it, Gremio. The ruckus be at this hour. We receive reports that fugitives are staying at this inn. We'll be conducting an investigation. Please, sir, all our guests are asleep. Shut up! Are you willingly harboring rebels? They're after us, young master. That Victor fellow must have ratted us out. I knew we shouldn't have trusted him. This is not looking good. If we stay here, they'll find us. Go through the grandfather clock that's actually a hidden tunnel! Grimio, if we can just get the young master out. This way, hurry. Who said that? Yep. Odessa! What are you doing? Hurry up. Do you want to get caught? Well, wait, who's there? Who cares? This is a godsend. I bought sandwich stuff at the store. So I can make me a turkey sandwich with some Creole seasoning and some cheese and mayonnaise. The others are waiting. Follow me. We're in the sewers! Sorry about that. You must have had a rough time, but it was thrilling, wasn't it? What's going on here? I didn't expect to blow my cover this soon. Oh well, at least you got me, got to meet Odessa. Odessa? That name sounds familiar. You don't mean from the Rebel Army? Oh, well, we much prefer ourselves the Liberation Army, but you can call us what you like. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Odessa Silverberg, leader of the Liberation Army. Nice to meet all of you. Victor, is this what you wanted us, who you wanted us to meet? That's right. You might want to sit down for this. You're looking at the son of General Teo McDowell. And a fugitive, no less. Wouldn't he make a great asset to the Liberation Army? Now, hold on a second. Are you kidding me? What makes you think we'll join the Rebel Army? Isn't that right, young master? See, he's interested. Enough of this nonsense. Many of our hideouts have been discovered in recent days. I'm certain we have a rat in our midst. Now, isn't the time to be recruiting complete strangers? Seems Victor played all of us like fiddles. He tends to drag people here whenever he takes a liking to them. But it looks like you're wanted by the Imperials, and this place is still crawling with soldiers. You can stay here until all this blows over. Quite possibly. I just assumed the inn was where I needed to go because nothing else was working, and I spent all my money at the blacksmith. You can't be serious, young master. Joining the rebels would be a complete madness. Liberation Army, huh? Might not be a bad idea to join the rebels at this point, but what could Master Teo think? What I know is a friend of mine really enjoyed these, and I always wanted to play them, but by the time I got around to being like, hey, I'm going to play and check out that thing, I just wasn't able to find it or, get it in a way that I wanted to. Until recently, whenever the HD Remaster came out on Steam. Also, Lunar 1 and 2 remasters coming soon. And yes, I'll be streaming those as well because I really want to play them. I haven't played them since release forever ago on the PS1/Sega CD. I didn't play it on the Sega CD. I was not a Sega kid. But I did play the PS1. Is there something over here? Why is there no treasure down here? You don't actually think you can rejoin the Imperials, do you? Good luck with that. You'll be dead before the day comes. Oh, I'm sorry. Victor can be a little over-dramatic at times. Under normal circumstances, you and I would be enemies. I wish things weren't this way. My name is Sanchez. Pleased to meet you. If Odessa welcomes you as a guest, then so do I. I'm Flick. You've probably heard of Blue Thunder Flick from the Liberation Army. What? Never? Well, now you have. The quiet guy over there is a great store at Humphrey. He and I, along with Sanchez, are kind of a big deal around here. What the fuck? So now we're just stuck in... Oh. Are you okay? I must speak to Lady Odessa. Let's help him in. I don't think that's how secret base meetings work. Yep. Don't worry, this is the Liberation Army's base, so what business do you have with me? So, you're Lady Odessa. Thank goodness. One of the bandits holed up on Mount Sifu. Well, we only target those corrupt Imperials. But just the other day, the Imperial Guards came and arrested our bosses, Vargas and Sidonia. Wait, isn't that... Please help Vargas and Sidonia. That bastard Grady from Rockland has them strung up. He's starving them to death. Execution? But that's forbidden even by Imperial law. It's terrible. The Empire's increased surveillance as of late. We can't do anything overt. I know we're short on manpower, but the bandits rely on us. We can't betray their trust. Yeah, we were kind of there. I've been wanting to get back into Dragon Warrior and stuff. I need to get a couple things set up first in order to do it. So, that might be coming soon as well. You gotta save Vargas and Sidonia. I'll go with you. Agreed. I don't plan on betraying the Empire, but Grady is beyond redemption. You're right. Correcting Grady's injustices would be for the good of the Empire. Young Master, if you give the order, I will follow. Thank you so much. Vargas and Sidonia are strung up at the mansion of Rockland's military commander. They'll die if we don't hurry. Please save them. You have my gratitude. Victor, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me. Let's get a move on. I need an appraiser, damn it. Death to the boar! Who are you? If you're no business here, then clear off. Or do you want to be strung up like those bandits? Security is tight. Sneaking it won't be... It's one dude and a locked door. Help! Fire! The Grady Mansion's on fire! Arson is the answer. Victor, but don't tell me you... Don't know what you're talking about. Must be all the dry weather we're having. How could you? Young master, this man is unhinged. Obtained medicine. That's all that was in there? Oh, they're dead. Woo! Did I get any money off of them? 150 apiece, not bad. Ah! Chest plate. An antique. Didn't mean to fight these guys yet. Damn. $1,700 monies. Of course we didn't. If we knew what Grady was up to, we would never have helped him. As it happens, we're also fugitives now, so we're here to rescue you. Already down. That won't be necessary. Oh, look, it's Grady.
Traitors! Not only did you defy the Emperor, you freed the bandits, and you set my house on fire. You'll pay for this.
Oh, yeah? You want to settle this now? You're not the only one with an axe to grind. How about I carve out your eyeballs?
What? Well, Uh,
I'll settle for tearing him to pieces.
what? Well, just wait till Commander Craze hears about what happened. He'll get what's coming to you.
Do you think I'll ever be able to return to the Empire? I don't know. Let's go out the door next to the fire.
Looks like we're indebted to the Liberation Army now. Tell Lady Odessa that if she ever needs help, Varkas and Sidonia will run to her aid. Goodbye then. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Nothing like a hard day's work. Come on, let's get back to Linnet Camp.
Why don't you spend a little more time with the Liberation Army? What do you say? Young Master, once we return to Linnet Camp, let's plot our next course of action. There's no time to waste. Just gotta fight these crows. It's no big deal. They like it. They think it's pretty cool. They're not worth any money to speak of. One red soldier ant. Odessa! You came back. Thank you. Solves our problem. What do you mean? Odessa, you're not planning what I think you are. Yes, I am. What is that? What's going on? Take a look at this. What is it? Show me as well. The hell is this? Blueprints for fire spears. Fire spears? Yes, the Imperial Army sees us as an insignificant threat, but there will come a day when we can face them head on. When that day arrives, fire spears will come in handy. So I paid good money to purchase these from the dwarf mines. This blueprint needs to reach the Liberation Army's secret factory. But we can't leave this hideout abandoned, so I'd like to ask you to take on this job.
Enough! We're part of the Imperial Army! How could you expect us to betray the Empire like that? Let's go, young master. No need for us to stay here any longer.
Wait. Don't you know that the Empire is doing what the people truly want? Or are you going to feign ignorance? Gremio, you saw it with your own eyes, heard it with your own ears. Will you ignore the truth despite all you've seen and heard? What about you, Stilet? Still want to go back to the Empire? Go back to being General McDowell's little boy? My father's his own man, and so am I. Come on, Cleo, talk some sense into him. Where the young master goes, I follow. My job is to protect him. Those are my orders. They need to be delivered to the Liberation Army secret factory. Northwest of Linnet Camp, across the river, you'll find Mount Tiger. Now I'm supposed to go to the mountain. Beyond that mountain's a village called Saraday. A messenger from the secret factory should be waiting for you there. Odessa, I don't understand. Why do you insist on trusting this guy? They could be Imperial spies for all we know. Are you sure you want to give them the blueprints that hold the fate of the Liberation Army? Don't worry. I'm going with them. What? If you're going, I'm going! Flick, who will protect this place if you come along? It's time you start acting like a leader. Don't worry, Flick. I'll keep Odessa safe. In return, you look after the hideout. It's settled then. Let's head for Mount Tiger Wolf. Odessa has joined the party.
Welcome back to Yang. Ooh, a call. I hope it was a fancy call. Wait, why are they doing calls at lunchtime? What asshole planned that? To the mountain! Sun's going down. Think we can make it over the mountain before nightfall? There's no way I'm spending the night out in the open. Well, let's keep climbing then. Come on. Ah. Does that mean you're done for the day? Oh no. Just clocking out for lunch. Wouldn't it be nice if you had half a day? Then you wouldn't have to work so long. Ah. Like 7? Seven exactly. An old man next to the wine bar. Welcome, good travelers. Out for a climb at this hour? Quite the adventurous bunch, aren't we? However, I do suggest you stop here and continue on tomorrow. It isn't safe around these parts with all the bandits roaming around. Why not spend the night at my inn? Sorry, but we're in a hurry, and... Sounds great! My feet are killing me! For once I agree with you, I can't make it much further. Really, assholes? Well, crap. This is the trap. And I've been railroaded into it. Before supper, you must try some of this tea. It's a specialty blend from Mount Tiger Wolf. It's quite bitter. True, very bitter. We all got roofied! Holy crap. Okay, we're now in a loop, so I have to try it. Yeah. Yeah, he drugged us, you dumb fucks. Everyone's fast asleep, thanks for the feigned poison tea of Mount Tiger Wolf. Oh, well, they sure are well off for a bunch of vagabonds. Looks like I'll be living it up for a while. Hey, Leiden, how's business? Booming today from the look of it. Why, if it isn't Boss Kessler, always at your service. As you can see, I just finished work for the day. That's a fine-looking lady in their company. Wait, hold on a second. Isn't this... Hey, Leiden, what have you done, you fool? What do you mean? Do you have any idea who this woman is? My guess would be some ignorant traveler. Even an imbecile like you must know of Lady Odessa, leader of the Liberation Army. You kidding, boss? Even a child knows who Lady Odessa is. Wait, are you telling me this is her? Yes, I am. Now hurry up and prepare the antidote. I guessed the number right of 7! Let's see. Rabbit's tail, rose leaves, pinch of sugar. Listen, Leiden, if anything happens to Lady Odessa, you can kiss that thick head of yours goodbye. Rose tail, sugar leaves, pinch of rabbit. Forgive me, Lady Odessa. Though completely unintentional, I nearly committed the gravest error of my life. If you'd like, I'll make this fool lead on pay with his. Please, boss, I'm quite attached to my head. Don't be silly. That said, I'll need to be more careful in the future. Flick tells me I'm too trusting of people. Maybe he's right. By way of apology, please stay the night here. I'll do my best to accommodate you. No more poison tea, you hear? Gentle breathing. Zzz. Mild snoring. Loud snoring. You also remember the Liberation Army? No, you're not. Lady Odessa really is incredible. She's serious about overthrowing the Empire. Plenty of people are unhappy with how things are, but she's the only one doing something about it. I hate the Empire as well. What have I got to show for it? Just a loathsome bandit. Lady Odessa's our only hope. Trust me, no more poison tea. I learned my lesson this time. Good morning, young master. You're up early, Stilette. Yeah, y'all were all still passed the fuck out. Not much of a morning person. Looks like everyone's here. Right, today we reach Saturday. So to give all our shit back? I assume so. I do love me some good magic animations. How long does it take to do 7 of those, DA? I mean, obviously it would depend on, specs for them, but, I meant to meet with a messenger from the secret factory at an inn in this village, but I'm not sure where it is. It's a small village. We'll find it soon enough. This is the inn. This seems to be the inn. Let's get some lodgings while we wait for the messenger. Stay! On nights when I'm restless, I like to feel the night breeze. It soothes and calms me. Mind if I tell you something? What is it? Kessler from Mount Tigerwolf. Flick, Humphrey, Sanchez, they all have high hopes for me. But you know what? Sometimes I want to run away from it all. I'm afraid of not living up to their expectations. What do you plan to do now? Will you return to the Empire? I don't know. Think about it. You're capable of choosing right from wrong. Your father is one of the great generals of the Empire. Perhaps you can return to a life of peace. But remember this. You can't ignore what you've seen, what you felt. To do so would be a terrible sin. There's something mysterious about you. When you're around, I feel more compassionate. Victor must have brought you because he saw that same quality. There are many in the Liberation Army, Humphrey, Sanchez, Mose, and Flick. But none of them have such captivating eyes like you do. Eyes that draw people in. You know, if something were to happen to me... Who's there? My name is Kage. I come as an envoy of Sir Mose, who heads the secret factory. Mose certainly does keep strange company. How is he? I received a letter from him mentioning his pigeon was sick. I find it hard to picture Mose nursing a pigeon. Very hard indeed, especially as Sir Mose keeps no pigeons. I'm sorry, but I had to test you. I would never betray a client while under contract. Here are the blueprints for the fire spear. Please deliver them safely. The Liberation Army's future depends on it. Understood. I shall take my leave of you now. I want the ninja. Bring the ninja to my team. What do you mean you took care of business? Between the two of us last night, didn't we, Stilet? Come to think of it, his bed was empty late last night. Young master, what were you up to? Something you can't tell me? Let's go, Gremio. A nice quiet inn. Bunch of items.
Alrighty. Going back down the mountain, 'cause we're going down the mountain. We're probably going to have some more ads coming up here in just a little bit. Just thought I'd give you all a heads up. But here we go. Running down the mountain as fast as we can. Kill the snail. That should be it, yeah? Yay! Let's go back to the non-camp. Oh, that's not good. Well, at least I have to save. They all did. And these guys are gone. But yeah. I do hope the day's going well. I hope this has been entertaining at least. I'll have ad breaks coming up in about another 5 minutes. Just a heads up. Not Odessa screaming! They've been taken out. Quick, heal Odessa. We just got to know you. It's okay. You can come out now. Hurry, you must run. Okay. Of course she's bleeding. She was attacked. I'm sorry, Victor. Seems I've chosen to be a woman over my responsibility to the Liberation Army. I couldn't let the child die. I failed you as a leader. Bullshit! That's the whole point of the Liberation Army! Don't talk with us, so you make your wounds worse. But will you come over here? I have 2 requests for you. First, give this earring to a man called Matthew, who lives in the village of Seika. Stop it, Odessa. None of this nonsense about final requests. Victor, thank you, but it's too late for me now. I can feel it. Take it, Sleth. For my second request, please throw my body into the stream there. What? Why do such a terrible thing? Please, Sleth. How could you agree to that? Thank you. You understand me. Our liberation movement is still in its infancy. If others discover I'm dead, the movement will die with me. That's why you must keep my death a secret. A small flame of hope must be kept alive. If you meet Flick again, will you tell him for me? His kindness always saw me through. Well, I think this is goodbye. Live to see the free world I wasn't able to see. Goodbye, Odessa. We barely knew thee. I suppose we must go to the village of Seika. Yep, we have to find this Matthew fellow. But to get to Seika, we'll have to pass through the fortress of Quaba. The fortress, that's going to be a tricky one, but I think we'll manage somehow. That's not the same inn manager. Wherever I go, I'll be making a killing. Can't believe it. I only left for a moment and someone broke in. They took my whole fortune. Well, I'm glad you think that's how that works. Alright, ad break starting up. We're going to the BRB screen, and I'll be back in 3 minutes. Woo, we're back. Wait, we gotta up... I wanted to upgrade the weapon. Now we're going to go update equipment. Okay, starting to figure this out. Maybe a pointy hat? Okay. Yeah, I think that'll work for now. Do I need to do anything else? I don't think so. Auto battle against the mosquitoes! Is this a wall? It is a wall. Oh, it's Quabba! Guarded by Lord Angeed, an old friend of Master Tio. He doesn't know us, but he'll certainly recognize your face. Will we get away with it? I guess it's up to luck to decide. Don't worry, we'll be fine. Let's choose some fake names. Need to make sure our stories line up. I'll be Roy then. Right, I'll be Maria. Never pictured you as Maria. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I guess I'll call myself Stolteheim Reinbach III. How's that sound? What? Peace game? These name options were interesting. Right? Reginald it is. You there, I'm talking to you. What, me, sir? I'm just a poor seller of jujubes. With hungry mouths to feed back home. Not you, the little runt there. You like the Stileth McDole kid on the wanted posters. What's the matter here? Sir, this boy bears a striking resemblance to the fugitive. You bastard. I've had it with you. You've been nothing but trouble for us. And completely useless to boot. Now what? You're suspected of being some kind of fugitive? You can't even breathe without causing problems. Sir, if you find him suspicious, I'll be willing to lop his head off right here and now. But hold on now. No, sir, I couldn't live with the guilt of having harbored a wanted man. Prepare to die, you scoundrel. Wait, stop. Think about it, Rush. There's no way the son of Tio McDole would be caught dead dressing like a beggar. You're all free to go. But, sir... It's okay, Rush. Let them through. Hey, kid. Take good care of your father. Oh, nice. Forgive me, young master. Even if my intention was to save us from danger, I took it too far. I'm ready to accept any form of punishment, even my death if necessary. Come on, Grumio, quit being a drama queen. We got away. That's all that matters. Soul's got a big heart. I'm sure he understands. Young master. Who's this guy? Hey there, my name's Chandler. Just a carefree peddler. East, west, I go wherever the money's to be made. Hope to have my own store someday. I don't care about your information. I wanted you to look at things, or buy things, or sell things. So that was fucking easy. Found a sealing orb, but it's damaged. What are the odds? Here I was thinking I'd be able to use magic. Welcome to the rune store. Hey, did you hear the rumors? Keep this between you and me. Apparently Odessa, the leader of the Liberation Army, has gone missing. Missing is a word. I got antitoxin. Gives us so much homework. Aha, you're gonna marry Master Matthew. Tried to fool us, did you? You're Matthew. Yes, I'm Matthew. What can I do for you? We come here to honor Odessa's final wish. She wanted us to give you this earring. What? So she's dead. She was a good kid before she got mixed up in all that nonsense. All that nonsense? Hold on a minute. So you're saying everything Odessa stood for was nonsense? Yeah, she acted foolishly. I knew it would eventually come to this. I can't accept the earring. Now please leave. Odessa and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Please, of course you don't have anything to do with each other anymore. She's dead! What's his problem? A real piece of work, if you ask me. I agree, but why'd Odessa ask us to meet with him? What? Those Imperial soldiers were headed to Matthew's house. Release the child. Matthew Silverberg, you are hereby ordered back into the service of the Imperial Army. The greatest military strategist of our time shouldn't be whiling away his days in some wretched backwater village. You're the hero of the Battle of Calicut. For heaven's sake, I refuse. I've had enough of war and conflict. These days, I'm nothing but a powerless recluse. Ah, if only it were that simple. Unfortunately for you, these orders come from Lord Cassim Hazel himself. We're to bring you by force if necessary. As I said, I've no intention of returning to the Empire. If that's so, well, keep being unreasonable and we'll see what happens to the boy. Say, how about a trip to Banar Mines? They work them hard down there. Who knows if he'll survive? I don't want to go. Please, Master Matthew, help me. Let him go right now. Things are looking grim. What should we do? Help them. Let's go. Oh no, not the rebels. Well, that was fast. 600 monies. I know who you are. You're the son of General T.O. McDowell. How do I know that? Well, I still have a few friends within the Imperial Army who keep me in the loop. Those Imperial soldiers called you Silverberg. That's right. Odessa Silverberg was my sister. But why did you say those things about her?
You see, I made a decision to never again involve myself in any form of warfare or conflict. But not Odessa. No, she chose to fight for her beliefs. Always had to put herself in the middle of it all. What did she tell you about me? That you were Matthew, a man who lived in Sika. I see. I guess she never did forgive me. Odessa once said that only a coward would have power and not use it. The truth is, I am a coward. I chose to be one rather than witness anything so horrible ever again, even if it meant being renounced by my own sister. What did you witness? I watched people die because of my own actions, both friend and foe alike. But today, I realized that running away was wrong. Closing my eyes to the world doesn't make it disappear. From this day onward, I will strive for what Odessa fought for. And will you accept the earring? Earring? No. You should hold on to it. Here, look at what's inside the earring. Small map inside, inscribed that shows the locations of the Liberation Army hideouts. In other words, this belongs to the leader of the army. I'm a skilled military strategist, but I'm no leader. I've seen you. You have what it takes. Odessa must have thought so as well. That's why she sent you to me. Please accept this earring and take on Odessa's legacy as leader of the Liberation Army. I'll do it! Thank you. Wait. From this moment on, you're the leader of the Liberation Army, so I will address you as Commander. Whatever path you take, I'll follow, young master. I'm sure Master Teo will understand. Me too. I've just about had it with corrupt Imperial soldiers. Commander, as your military strategist, allow me to offer you my first piece of advice. To revive the Liberation Army, you must recruit people. Those who are dissatisfied with the Empire. And to recruit people, you'll need a headquarters. True, too bad the hideout at Lenin Camp is gone. No, I mean something much larger. A place that can withstand an assault by the Imperial Army. There's an abandoned castle in the middle of Lake Torin. I believe it will serve our purpose if we can acquire it. I suggest you make your way to Kaku. It's a town on the shores of Lake Torin. You're not coming with us? I must prepare for the move. And I'll need to get the children a year's worth of homework. Woo! We're gonna get a castle in the lake! Cooking is my lifelong passion, but I've yet to know, or to own my own restaurant. I wish there was somewhere I could put my culinary skills to good use. Oh, I got a place for you. It's a castle in a lake. Is this the lake? Those are rocks.
The Lake Town. Right? We sell the armor that you need. Damn it. Nope, we're going out there. We're going to do one more fight. Blam! Light him on fire! I know they were cute, but they needed to be set ablaze. I needed the money. Just needed enough money to cook them. Right? I think he's kind of a beast. Oh, the murder chickens. They hate us. Do I have enough money to stay at this inn? Yep. Let's see. Come on, you can't be serious. Only that nutcase Tai-Ho would even think of sailing there. Nope, I'm going. That's where they say the monster lives. No one would be foolish enough to venture there. So. Guess we're just gonna go kill some more things and make some money? What's over here? Damn it! Damn it! Oh, that's not good. Ow. I was gonna say, if it dodges the magic, we're done. What the hell? Instant death to a flying squirrel. Was that overkill? Yes. Why does it have a bucket on its head? I kind of like the random like cinematic like camera angle adjustments. I think it's pretty cool. She's a beast commander. Uh-huh. That's what we're calling it. But she's dead now. Hoping for the best. There, I took out the death bunny, one of them. Oh, that was a lot. Oh, we made it to the city without another fight against a death burb. There's a kitty. A bad day, you say? I thought it was training day. Oh. Right. They're fine now. Grimio! Daddy-o! I assume I have to go to the bar to meet someone that's going to take me out to the fortress. Please listen to me. I happen to be an inventor. After much hard work, I've devised something that surpasses even the work of the dwarves. But not a single castle lord understands the significance of my creation. What did I invent, you ask? It's called an elevator. Come here. Ty-ho! If you're looking for that old fool, he's... Hey, it's you! I finally found you, you rotten scoundrel! What is it? What have I done to upset you? What have you done? Oh, you're not escaping this, mister. You messed with the wrong woman. I'm Camille, the she-devil, and I'll collect your debt, even from beyond the grave. What's this all about? Is she Grimio's girl? Beats me. Come on, pay up the money you owe. Right here, right now, in cash. I've been trying to find you for the past 2 months. You're in debt, Grimio? No, of course not. Trying to weasel your way out, huh? Well, unfortunately for you, I've got proof. Take a good look. Let's see. Oh, this is the bill for Master Tio's banquet. There's also my tab at the tavern. You want me to pay all this right now? You heard me. All of it right now. Cough it up. Let me see that, Grimio. What? Look, we're in something of a tight spot at the moment, and unfortunately short on potch. By the way, young lady, you seem to be acquainted with Tai-Ho? Well, yes, I know him. Could you perhaps tell us where he is? Sure, after you pay back what you owe. I'm running a business over here. Then how about this? We're short on money, but once we find Tai-Ho, we'll be able to get some. And as soon as we have the money, we'll pay you back. Wait, you're trying to trick me. Absolutely not. What a bunch of bums. Fine, we'll do it your way, but I'm sticking around until you pay everything off. So, where can we find Tai-Ho? He's usually down in the gambling den. Ask the barman there. We recruited a real oddball this time. Who are you folks? Friends of Tai-Ho? You should speak to Yamku downstairs. So we can pay off his debts too? What is it? Need something from Tai-Ho? A boat to Turan Castle. Can't make any promises there. Tai-Ho tends to decide stuff like that on a whim. What? You want to take a boat to Turan Castle? You're a funny bunch, aren't you? That place is teeming with monsters. Be risking my life taking you there. Look, I'm going to put my life on the line. I need you to make an equally risky gamble. Now let's see, what should we wager? Hang on, you're completely broke? Look, kid, if you want to accept my bet, you'll need at least 1,000 potch on you, got it? How much do I have? I'm 125 short. 225 short. I can't do math. More monsters and the purple lady. She's kind of cute too. Wonder if we can get them digits. Look, I didn't realize everybody was all caked up out of here. Sure. Want to know how to play the game? This is a game where you and I take turns throwing dice. Whoever rolls the higher number wins, of course. You roll 3 dice at once, and if 2 come out the same, the number on the third die is your score. If you get 4, 5, 6, or 3 of any number, other than 1, you're in luck, but 1, 2, 3, or 3 ones is unlucky. If you fail to roll a hand after 3 tries, or if your dice go out of bounds, you lose. So watch carefully where you throw the dice. Want me to repeat that? My turn.
Roll a 1. You rolled a 5. You win. Quite the lucky guy. Just so happens to make a habit of going along with folks who are lucky. Hey, I'm cool. Let's prepare the boat. Fine, fine. Here we go again with another reckless adventure. Alright then, folks. We'll be waiting at the docks. What? That was weirdly easy, but I'll take it. Yeah, it's practically free money. Shall we move on to the island? Let's go to the island, or fortress, castle, whatever it is. Hey there, we ready when you are. Jump on the tiny boat. This is not a castle. Is it a castle? This place is a real-life haunted house. Are you guys sure there's treasure here? I don't know. Victor was the one who said there was. Whoa, this place is something else. Must be teeming with monsters. Can't wait to take them out. Hold on, you're going as well? Please be careful. Of course I am. As if I'd sit here twiddling my thumbs and miss out on the adventure of a lifetime. Hi-ho has joined the party. Oh, what's it like inside? Want to head back to Kaku? Not yet. Mega Medicine! Crap! Giant slugs! And a ghost armor. Okay, the ghost armor's weird. That was kind of a beast. Obtain toe shoes! Okie dokie.
Kill the slugs! It is a lot of pole arms. I kind of miss having two ranged people. Gotcha. Medium, medium, short, medium. Okay. Well, two down. Ooh, a strength rune piece. A pointy hat. Medicine. Up the stairs. They crossed the streams. Um, yeah, now we save. Instead of me being a dumbass. Oh! Since I got some peeps here. I know I mentioned it to Jax yesterday because I thought it'd be kind of a fun idea. So currently, I have a subscription to a movie theater to go see like 3 movies a week. That said, Would y'all be interested in me doing movie reviews? The way it would work is I put up a poll in our voting or whatever in Discord. And people vote on what I go see for up to 2 of those titles, and the third one will just be a wild card of my choosing if it didn't already get picked. Then, one day a week or so, I'd go through and do some movie reviews. Use the trailers as the base. Like, there are some movies I'm going to be going to see no matter what. Which is why y'all would have 2 of the 3 choices. But yeah, what do y'all think of that? I'll probably pitch this a few times to, for random people's opinions. I need that chest. That's all we need. I'm gonna die. Even the fish have pole arms here. That fish has legs and it's creepy. Okay. Ads coming up in just a minute, so after this fight, I'm gonna go and move to the BRB screen, and we'll be back in just a few moments. I appreciate y'all sticking around, even through the ads. I do what I can, but I gotta run them. Look at all that money I got now.
Look at that, I timed it just right. Again, sorry about all the ads. I have to run 3 ads a minute. Or 3 ads a minute. 3 minutes of ads per hour. Or pre-rolls happen. Nobody likes pre-rolls. So we have to figure out how to get into this. I figured it out. A haziness orb. This is just a big open room. Looks a lot like it'd be a nice boss arena. That's not a kangaroo dragon. I don't think that's going to work on this one, but we'll give it a shot. Will it work? Nope. Ouch. Heal the main. Fire arrow.
Okay. See what happens. See if this works. Damn it. What do we have here? Maybe? See how that goes? Woo! I killed the zombie dragon! Too bad Grumio didn't make it. Ooh, a lightning orb. Look, the fog. There, now the castle's finally ours. How about we give it a name? Sounds like fun. How about Dragon Castle? Orange Castle! So we call it Steleth Castle. Right? It's the good kind. All right. This is a castle on an island. And there's not enough space for what I wanted to call it, so BDI it is. How's it going, Ginger?
Congratulations, Commander. Let this day be known as the founding day for the new Liberation Army.
Vertical and breathing are both good. Horizontal and breathing is also acceptable. Somewhere in between, maybe you should see a chiropractor.
There'll be time for that later.
It's been a while. You finally started on your own path. Today I come bearing gifts. Here's the first one. Please accept it. 45 degrees and gasping and still breathing, sort of. Might be Brooke.
Go forth and recruit others. The names of your new allies will be carved onto the tablet. As for your other gift...
I don't get One Piece references. I did try to watch it.
Long time no see, remember me? I'm Lady Licknut's #1 apprentice. His power should serve the Liberation Army well. History has only just been set in motion. Do not lose heart. We shall meet again someday.
Woo!
I'm certain Lady Licknut just wanted to be rid of him. Yeah, kinda agree. Commander, the castle is now ours. It's time to turn our efforts to gathering more allies. A man by the name of Lepant lives in the town of Quan. I suggest we recruit him. He's certain to be useful.
Woo! Ah, vacuum is important.
Are you thinking about your father?
Are you?
Good morning. Did you get a good night's sleep? Now then, let's get down to business. Lepant lives in the town of Kuan. He's an honorable man. If you tell him I sent you, I'm certain he'll lend you a hand. Hey, of course you're taking me with you, right? I'll join you as well.
Oh, cool.
Well, yeah, the dogs make the vacuum a necessity. Okay, so the zombie dragon's now just stone. We have a prison and everything.
That room made me dizzy for some reason. Let's see how this goes. So I'm really enjoying this. I might even be back tomorrow to do another stream of it. How do I leave? Possible. I'm an idiot. Right on the boat. There was a cook here. Or somewhere? His name is Jupo. He's my uncle as well as a trickster. In here, maybe? Or was it somebody here? It was here. I've got just the place for you, buddy. Crap, I have to go the other route. Look at all these murderous bunnies with axes. I could... Right? All weapons are now maxed out. And I'm broke again. I need to find an appraiser. Right on the boat. Oh. Back on the boat. I did not make that decision, BT Dubs. Get off the boat. You identify yourself. Back on the boat, everybody. Back on the boat. We gots to go. I have a castle. What's that? Liberation Army? Never heard of them. Now get out of here. Hi there. Look, we rule these waters. Okay, I guess. So, y'all are boring. Well, yeah. This is General Millich's domain. You are not permitted to disembark here. Okay. We're just exploring, I guess. There's my castle. I'm honestly a little surprised I couldn't fight on the boat. Is this the place I needed to go? Yeah! My apologies, Master Lapont is too busy to see you right now. And just when will he be available? Well, it could be tomorrow, the day after, a month from now, or perhaps in a year's time. What the fuck, man? Master Lapont keeps his gates locked and won't let anyone see him. Okay. I mean, we could always go the route we did with the other thing and just light it on fire. Oh, an appraiser, finally. Gotta go sell some pots. Okay. Who are you? Liberation Army, huh? I see. Let me think. No way. I don't waste my time with weaklings. So you went to LaPon's mansion. A bunch of amateurs like you could spend years banging on the front door. You'd still never see him. How about it then? Care to hear my proposal? I can guarantee you a meeting with LaPont. Let's hear the proposal of yours. Patience, patience. But why? That's not what Matthew told us. Who knows? Anyway, here's the interesting part. LaPont treasures two things above all else. His wife, Eileen, and his legendary sword, Korinchi. So, if you steal Korinchi, LaPont will come after you no matter what. It'll give you the chance to talk with him, blackmail him, or whatever you like. You get the picture, right? See, so how do we rob him of this Korinchi? Leave that to me. Wait here a while, then come to LaPont's mansion. I'll see you there. I don't think I like this guy. You're here, all right. Wait a minute. Yep, that should do it. You can go in now. Okay. That's right. Everyone keeps a ladder in their roof. Hi there. Me? As you can see, I'm just a warehouse guard. Are you members of the Liberation Army? You are. Is the Liberation Army vault big? What, you don't have one yet, but do you plan on building a big one? I see. I've been hoping to become a member of the Liberation Army for quite some time. Please, let me join you. Thank you very much. Let's go build a big vault right away. Well, that was hilariously easy. And now they're all on fire. Fun times. Okay, gotta redo the formation here, apparently. Let's see if that works. Get anything fun from that guy? Okay. Is that enough? No!
Oh, let's see. There'll be something for him, I guess. Obtained white paint. There we go. I forget if I'm going to do that, I might as well just, you know, auto battle. What is this? Ooh. This is weird. One more time. Interesting. So that was a whole weird thing. The young master and the McDowell family were to be caught for petty theft. We'd be the laughing stock of the empire.
take a bunch of random free XP. Who are you people? Nice to meet you. And who are you? I'm Jibba the Trickster. And who are you folk? Quite delightful bits of artifice, eh? You're kidding, right? Hey, you better turn off those damn traps of yours right now. Huh, that might be difficult. The puppets I could shut down, but the big contraption, well, there's not much I could do about it. Anyway, might as well enjoy yourselves, soldiers of the Liberation Army. Oh, that's what those do. There we go. Cool, cool. Now we gotta get back out. There we go. You knew about them, but you made us go anyway. You must be tired. How about some tea? Come, nothing like a cup of tea to relax. Oh, well, I didn't do any of the heavy lifting, so I'm not especially tired. Well, we did fall for it once. Pretty cheeky of you to think you could outsmart us. Are you the one who stole my family heirloom? Return it. If Matthew sent you, I'd like to help. But there are some things I cannot part with. I ask that you return my sword. Be on your way. That's Madame Eileen. Something happened to her? The new military commander took her away. I tried to stop him, but... What? Okay, this is where I'm going to call it for today. Because I'm spent. So, but I'd say a 5-hour stream isn't too bad. I'll be back Wednesday, I think. I'll post it to the Blue Sky, to the Twitter, to the, you know, to the whatevs. But yeah, if you're interested, hit me up. We'll go from there. Let's, hang on. But yeah, so, since we're wrapping up here, yeah, there we go. But anyway, thank you all for coming to hang out. I appreciate it. Don't you worry. You can always say hi to Larry the Bucket over here. He's a handy little dude. It's been through a lot, but it's okay. So, all that said, thank y'all for hanging out. I know it's a midday stream. I know that might be a little weird. That seems to be what'll work best for me at the moment. Gives me a little time to put in some applications in the morning, field phone calls, emails, all that fun stuff. Do a little stream to relax and hang out for a bit. So I appreciate y'all dropping in. Yeah, let's see where we can go. What do we have? There we go. That's the right button. You know what? We're going to go say hi to Shy. Shy Lost Confused is another VTuber. She is currently doing a donathon so that she can get some equipment upgrades for her stream. So, let's go say hi. Did I spell it right? Yes. So yeah, we're going to do that. And I hope you'll have an awesome rest of the day. I will see y'all probably Wednesday around the same time. I'll be doing 10 a.m. to probably around 2 to 3 p.m. So, thanks again. Have an awesome rest of your day. Let's go say hi to Shy.